Okay. Quick IO check as always. Okay. Quick IO check as always. Yep. We are good. We are good to go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Chill Gamer, and this is some more Dreams. The last stream I did was pretty subpar. I was just really tired, but I am fully energized and I'm ready to get back into this game. So let's continue from where we left off. I believe we went to Dream Surfing to go to story mode. I'm still a player. So yeah, here we go. Art stream. Continue. I started in the last stream, now we get to see how it ends. It's pretty good so far. I'm the little robot boy. It's still quite fascinating that all of this was made in dreams. Hey Gamer Girl 18, welcome to the stream.
When I was a kid, I used to go on these long car journeys through the city, holding the debug and dreaming of seeing my name up in the lights. I forgot about those lights. Everything just became so dark for so long.
Oh, Blueberry is doing really well. Double jump. Woo! There we go. It's over here. No! Ah. Oh, I can do this too. Woo! This is really cool. I like the visual style especially.
Just like old times, DB. DB could do all of this. I really should remember where I put these things.
He's so cute. A little robot boy. DB is his name.
Go on.
And rolling is the game.
Light it up, DB.
Light it up. Here we go.
No. Twombeak, get out of my dream. Leave her alone, you feathered freak. We're coming for you, Lancewing.
I'll play as a little fox dude. sorry, buddy. How do you, Oh, here we go. Thanks for the reminder.
Lancewing, what has he done to you?
Oh, crap. I didn't mean for that. I was trying to swap to the other bit. Music. Do, 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 do. No, I missed. Crap. Got it.
Get away from her, you pitted face!
No, Fox! Or whatever your name is. Oh, I don't know what the heck that was. Stop dying! Do you know how to jump?
We've got you, lads.
No!
This guy will not give up, I tell you. Storm Big, I'm coming for you!
Falling again. Always falling. Away from Layla. Away from the band. Away from my music. I'm never gonna stop falling. Layla. Layla.
I'm here, Rob. What's wrong? What? Oh, just say it.
I'm scared. I'm scared, Layla.
Of what?
What's happening? We're crashing. The train is going to crash. Hey, you've got to do something. Don't worry, sir. Just chill out. We're gonna crash. Are you telling me to chill out? That's right.
Am I still in a dream sequence?
Stop saying that! You know, the only way you could be more useless is if you were singing me another song. Oh, no.
Oh.
Chill out. You need to relax. Sit down. Make yourself a cup of tea. Imagine you're on a beach. The waves gently lapping at your toes. In the distance, you can see a little bird. It doesn't have a care in the world. Imagine you are that bird. Be that bird. Chill out. You need to relax.
The old music items.
Now imagine you're in a forest. A green forest. A nice forest. A squirrel gives you a sandwich.
Give me that. Squirrel, give me that.
Feel the moss beneath
I want
your
it.
feet. A hedgehog smiles at you.
The animals are all around. Be like those animals. Be at one with nature. Or just be. You need to relax.
Well, that was smooth.
How was that meant to help? I'm more stressed than ever! You stupid hippie!
Well, perhaps your friends can help. Hmm?
Is the band? Tessa? Herb, Seb, why are they on a train that's about to crash? Seb. Seb. Come on, drummer boy. Wake up.
I told me not to look at the case. Why would he put it here if I couldn't look? Weirdo.
Needs a code to open. That definitely means there's something important inside. The dials are sticky, worryingly. What is wrong with everyone? Herb, come on, piano man. You've always got something to say. Wake up!
I'm just saying that if your brain was gunpowder, you wouldn't be able to blow your nose.
Horns aren't my thing, but this looks like it could come in useful.
Over here. Oh, there goes somebody's luggage.
Hey, Tessa, wake up. Wake up, we're going to crash. It's me. It's me, it's Art, remember? You took me in when me and Layla came to America.
What? Why you got your pants on backwards? How you gonna pee?
This is mine from when I was a kid. Used to reread this all the time. What is
1, 2,
wrong
3.
with everyone?
That's gotta be the code, right? 1, 2, 3.
This train.
How is it not waking up? That's not gonna work.
All right, Hab. You asked for it.
Huh? What the what? Oh, it's you, Art. What you honking that horn for? You want to give a man a heart attack?
Herb, the train's going to crash.
Where did you run off to anyway? We were about to hit the big time.
It doesn't matter. We're about to crash.
Doesn't matter. We're all pretty mad at you, you know. You just run it off like that.
I don't need a lecture right now, Herb. All I need is a way to stop this thing.
Fine. You can try waking up Sarah. But you'll need something loud. Man sleeps deeper than a mermaid's sock drawer.
Yeah, I don't think the trumpet's gonna work. I'll try again. Try waking her up.
Hey, get that bugle boy out of here! Damn! Oh, Art, you got a nerve waking me up before a gig. You know I gotta rest my lungs.
Tessa, how do I stop this train?
Why do you want to stop it?
Because we're going to crash.
That's what you want, isn't it?
I don't want to crash. Help me stop it.
No one else is gonna be able to stop this train, Art. Only person who's in control is you.
What am I meant to do?
You learn nothing from me, Art. Honestly, it's in one ear, out the butthole with you. Here, use this to wake Sam. He'll help.
Thanks. This should wake him into next week.
Alright, Sam. I don't know what kind of dream you're having, but you're gonna have that dream.
Ah! Oh. Hey. Well, this isn't the Triassic. I must have been dreaming. Uh-huh. Hey, which dinosaur do you think would be the best at drums? Well, that question has got having.
The only dinosaur with any kind of rhythm is a velociraptor. But Seb, I need to stop this train. You seen anything that could help?
I don't know if I can help you there. Only weird thing I saw was that blue conductor put this case here and run away laughing and twirling his tash.
Hey, what's in that case?
Dunno. That blue bloke just left it. Saw him put in a code, then he gave me a ham sandwich. No cheese though, but joke's on him because I always carry my own cheese. You want to see it?
No, I'm okay. I'm lactose intolerant.
Didn't even open this.
Oh, it's occurred to me that this is unattended baggage. Tell that blue conductor guy, quick!
Alright.
Did you want me to sing you another song?
No. Oh, okay, it's 741. And what was the 1, 2, 3 on the paper? Oh crap. This is gonna be tricky. There we go.
Great. I'm in. Oh.
Yeah, I like that one.
What am I meant to do with this?
Sneak back there and fix the train. And get me another ham sandwich.
Are we good?
Me?
Yeah, you. See if they have one with cucumbers in. Just give it your best shot.
My best shot? If I mess up, we'll crash.
I believe in you, Art. I know you come back with a sandwich. Also, you might find a way to stop this train.
Okay. You can do this. You will do this.
the driver.
Oh, thank heavens you're here. This train is out of control. I've done everything I can to distract the passengers. Even sing. Quick,
Sure
get
you
in there.
Oh man.
Well, that was easy. What now, MP? Do you know how to use that thing? Help me stop this train. Careful! I said careful! Not that bit, the other bit. I'm sure the train is going faster. That's it, Impy. Almost there. You broke it! Is this why trains are so late? The toilet lights have all gone out? What did you do? Out of my way. I'll do it myself.
I was just about to kill everyone.
I did it. I did it. Hey! Hey! We're safe! I did it!
If I could stop that train crash, I could do anything. Including getting my dragon back.
Let's do it. I got a little backpack on me, looking like some Dora the Explorer type shit.
Get out of our way, bird brain. This is my dream, and we're not scared of you. Don't worry, Lancewing. This time we're not letting you out of our sight. Hurry!
That sucks. Okay, so we just have to keep going, that's the thing. Can't slow down. Alright. Nope. Apparently not. Jumped too early.
Focus. Zombie can't scare us.
There's our dragon. Oh, we're gonna save you. Don't cry.
No, you don't. Help us out, Impy.
Here we go.
You can't get away from me, Thornbeak. I'm gonna call in some help. Someone I haven't seen in a long time. Come on, D-Bug. Let's find it. Our secret weapon. As a kid, I created the greatest robot of all.
Indeed. I like this little guy. Oh, you're talking about him.
Ruta.
That's a big
Isn't
boy.
it something?
Hello. Hope I didn't disturb your nap.
You're in for it now, Thorn. Ruta, you okay? Oh, I remember now. I remember this part of the dream. Oh, why am I even searching for stupid shit like dragons anyway? No password, no entry. Since when do I need a password?
Since you ran out on your band because you were scared.
Oh, look. A talking door.
That's right. A door. A door that might accidentally swing open and hit you in the face.
You kidding? Don't you know who I am?
Oh, sure I do. Aren't you what I stepped in and had to wipe off my shoe?
I don't have time for this. It's cold out here. Let me in.
Oh, I'll say it slower. No password, no entry.
Just let me in. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were about to sing me another song. Oh no.
Oh, crap. What?
I really want that.
Dang.
You're not on the list, I got the password. Your mama ain't hip, son, ain't you heard? Your pants so long and your legs are thin. You're not on the list, so you can't come in. Yeah, give me that password. You ain't got that. You look like you're gonna bring the whole vibe down, and we don't want a vibe killing funky town. You got no style when you're making that noise. Your butt out here, you ain't got no choice. I really want that password. Yeah. Gonna give me that. Talk to the hand, cause the hand is a grand. The sense you're all whackers, you're wearing a set. You're all on your own and you're all skin and bones. My posse is packed and our muscles are jacked. It's fun in the sun and we grooving and rolling. We jive and we jump, we laugh and you show. You got no one, son, you out of the game. You're dull and you slow and your lyrics are lame. Yeah, give me that. What? You ain't got that. We're all in the club, gonna have some fun. You're here in the rain and you ain't getting none. My lyrics are like diamonds, they sharpen me. You a bump up kid and you're only 13. I'm a grandmaster, I could do this all day. Popping up my lyrics in a miracle way. Nah, that's what I gotta say. Something, please go away.
You couldn't tell, but I was actually bopping to the beat right there.
Worst thing I ever heard.
Hey, don't suppose you've ever heard the password to the club?
You wanna give me a hug? Get away from me, you weirdo.
No, the club. I want to know how to get into the club.
You saw me play in the club? That must have been 10 years ago before I left my band and went solo. Those losers.
You okay?
Hey, don't mind me. Just grumpy because I've been riding around all day without a drop to drink. I really need something to wet my whistle.
Let's try to find something for the old man.
Art, where you been? I haven't seen you in years.
Yeah, well, no one's got time for movies anymore. What a bore. Still wasting your time with that acting thing.
Wasting my time? Nothing's a waste of time if you love doing it. Hey, you want to play a game? You have to guess what film I am. It really helps with my range.
Whatever. Looks like I'm not getting into that club anytime soon.
Great, just like old times. Okay, I act out the title of a movie, and you guess what it is.
Oh.
Ragdoll Kung Fu?
You got it. Okay, let's do another. Oh, but first, here's a prize.
Yeah.
Debug Awake?
Yeah, you got it.
Of course I did. It's my favourite film. Used to collect the books, all the toys. That movie changed my life.
Well, that settles it. I'm going to Hollywood. Here's your prize. Popcorn and slushy.
What am I going to do with this? Not even hungry.
Give that dude an Oscar. Here's a slushie for ya.
Here, take these. Can't eat them anyway.
Why are you giving these to me? What's wrong with them?
Nothing. I'm just being nice.
Fried rice.
Oh, nice. I'm being nice.
Brain free!
No thanks.
Take it. I don't need this anymore.
What am I meant to do with this?
It's over here. Jazz. You like jazz? I like jazz.
Well, I suppose I can hear what they're saying about me. The savages.
I just don't know why Seb isn't here. First Art decides to run off, then Seb doesn't turn up. Feels like our band is falling apart.
He'll be here, Herb. He's just nervous. It's a big gig.
We're all nervous, but heck, if we were all on stage together, no one would even notice.
It's not like you to get this worked up. You'll be here.
Ah, hell, Naomi, it ain't that. I didn't know that Art was going through a bad time. Guess I was just so focused on the music. I forgot about my friend.
They weren't teasing at all. They're worried about me. Hey guys! I'm okay! quite getting there.
Looks like they're actually gonna go through with it. Without me. Name?
Art.
There's no art in the band.
Did I say art? I meant drummer, Seb. I'm Seb. They're waiting for me, Seb, because I'm Seb. Yep, Seb.
Yeah. Prove it.
Dang. It's got some rhythm to him.
If I let you in, will you please stop drumming?
I liked it. It wasn't great, but it was good enough.
All this time, I thought they didn't care. Didn't even think they needed my music. But maybe it wasn't even about my bass. Maybe it was about me.
My dragon. Layla? Layla, it's you. I saw the band, and I bumped into Stripes again. You remember Stripes? And then I... Oh. Right. Miss you, Layla. Miss all of them.
Debug.
There was something I did for Layla.
I wish I could have a debug in real
Something
life. That was pretty
nice.
awesome.
Maybe I can find it again. So clearly. I was 8 years old when I first saw her playing in the park with those gross caterpillars. I knew from that moment that we'd be best friends. Together we would dream about all the places we wanted to go. All the amazing things our future held. I was lonely when I was a kid, so to find a friend like Layla meant everything. Almost there. It's just behind that wall. LED. A toy I bought for Layla. From the moment she took it out of the box, Debug and LED were inseparable. Just like Layla and I. Best friends. Together, they can do anything. Back at the studio. This is where we used to work. Last time I was here, didn't end well. I keep having these visions, seeing Layla. I wish she would stay. I need to talk to her. Not my usual instrument, but I did learn the basics. I wonder what I can remember. If we have a copy of Debug Returns around here. Sure we used to have some tapes lying around. Seb's drum kit. He used to say that Ghost played through it. He really got going. He said he became possessed. Layla, can you hear this? Feel free to join in. Okay. Okay, I get the hint. We need another instrument here. My drumming isn't gonna cut it. Is this Layla's real? Ah, it is. This is Layla's. Better not lose this. Vinyl. Maybe this'll help. Too much trumpet. That's the one. Whoa, that's giving me the fear. Too slow, MP. Get that up to speed. Listen to her go. Guy can really play. Let's try Layla's reel. Doesn't sound right. Fix that for me, Impy. That's her. What a voice. Now we can get back to that backbeat. Let's bang those drums. Need to kick it to really get this song going. Okay, Seb. Possess me. Help me bring Layla back. Yeah, that's it. Layla, you feeling this? Just the phone.
Those sounds are pretty good. Music in this is really top tier.
Oh. Maybe I'll find her number. I can call her. Oh, why can I never remember her number? She's the only person I actually call.
Waffle and Sons, home of the world's largest crepe.
Okay, good, you called back. So, I said to Mabel, don't eat the whole cake, but Mabel, well, you know Mabel. Well, Mabel not only ate the whole cake, but also, oh, hang on. Mabel's on the other line.
Her business card. She was always promoting the band. Now where's the other half?
Here we go.
Hey, it's Layla.
Layla? It's me.
Odd? Hey, where have you been?
Nowhere really. Listen, I need to say something. Oh, yeah, well... It's, well, what I was...
Spit it out, Odd.
What I was gonna
Odd,
say...
you called me.
It's a bit... You know, I don't think I ever said sorry before. At least not to you. And I think I need to.
Uh-huh, I'm listening.
I didn't mean to walk out on you all. I thought I was doubting the band, but really I was doubting myself.
So let me guess, you're having some sort of epiphany. Did you eat some weird cheese again?
Do you know, I know I've got to be better. Make it about the work, less about me. Layla? You gone? Look, I wanted to say sorry. I want to come back to the band. Layla?
I miss you, but the real you... Come to the cabin if he turns up again.
The real me? Oh, I'm gonna wake up soon. I have to find my dragon. Fix Router. Find its heart.
Oh, nice. So I can suck that.
That's it, LED.
Oh, damn.
Dreaming this, but it's beautiful.
Ain't it? Ain't it, baby?
Together we can get my dragon.
So it's over there. Really fun. Oh, didn't see that coming.
Come on, Beaker's in for it now.
Oh, wait a minute. Forgot.
Teamwork. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Like I sing this song.
I guess sometimes you need to be alone to realize what you really... There it is. Brutus heart. Nothing can stop us now. We're coming for you, Thornbeak. All of us are coming for you. I could wake up at any moment. I hadn't much time to get my dragon back, to find what was missing, to fight for the band, for Layla. Foxy! Francis! Let's do this!
I like it, the blue dudes and the train. Ah, dang. I should have jumped on that other box.
Left Layla, left the band, Lancing, Ruta. They don't need you.
But I need them.
You will burn.
No, we won't. We are going to beat you, Stoneface. Come on. We haven't got long. We have to get to Ruta before I wake up. We were close. So close.
Over here.
There it is. Debug! LED! Light it up.
Oh no. Use too much of his energy. I'm still alive. Yeah. Hey, hello, hi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Nice to meet you, by the way. Dang, look at this dude.
Look at it go.
Yeah. Rock on, bruh.
Stop it! Get away!
Somebody hasn't already done it. But yeah. I'm actually really excited to see what people made in this game. Probably jam-packed with a lot of different remakes and original ideas.
We can do this. Come on. Go, go, go! Looks like we're about to hit rough seas.
No! Never! That guitar playing though. I should have went up there and grabbed those. This is awesome. Oh man, I thought I jumped. Reminds me of Doom. A little bit. I think it's just
We've got you, little buddy.
hardcore guitar playing, all the lava and everything.
Let's cut her down. Fun part of the game right here. Yeah. Do it. And she said, Long swing. Let's get out of here.
on, Swing. Long time no see. Layla. It's Layla.
Oh, excuse me.
God, I didn't know if you'd come. What happened?
Layla, I got my dragon back. Thornby kept her and said I couldn't, so I found a way, and then there was Router and also Debug and LED.
It sounds like you've had quite a time. What did you...
That's it. And, well, yeah, yeah. Foxy and Francis were there. You remember them, right? And there was all these blue heads jumping at us, but it was okay because they smashed them and then...
Foxy, as in toys? I don't...
Yes! That's it. So, yeah. So, and Debug and LED were in this weird forest place. And Thornby made it all dark, but they brought it back to life. And we woke up Router, and it was amazing.
Oh, LED, I remember. But I'm still not sure how.
Yeah, LED. She's so great, and yeah, that was it. And there was this big blue guy with a stupid moustache. He was the worst person ever, the worst. Oh, I hate him so much. He sang all these annoying songs. Ugh. Oh, and suddenly I knew. That's it. It made me realize that I ran away because I was scared. But I'm not scared now. What I'm saying is, I was wrong. I made it all about me, but nothing is worth doing if you're alone.
But you're not alone, Art. You never have been.
Wow. You smell like you've been sleeping in a puddle.
Impy, let's turn this thing around.
Let's.
Remember this? Okay, you ready? Let's see what happens.
My baby. Don't worry. I've got this.
You come in here, you've got no class. You gotta fix yourself up, fool. Last time I saw you, you weren't no champ. You gotta step yourself up.
Get lost.
Yeah, you got it.
Up and left and went on the run. Where the heck have you been, chump? You got so selfish and you was no fun. It was a heck of a den.
I'm grooving to the music. It was really good. Get out of here.
You got
Can't play.
while I can.
It's time to turn it on, man. Whoa, we miss playing, man. You used to feel the best. Where have you been all this?
Your whole life purpose just to ruin mine.
Oh man, turn it up.
Turn it up.
It's all
Yeah.
gonna be alright. Get up, step up, move it up, shoot it up, alright.
Alright.
Come on, give me a break. Get out of my way, bushlip.
Yeah. Those streams though. Meridian grooves.
Just like old times.
It's good to have the old you back. Hope you won't go away again.
He's not going anywhere.
Oh,
Oh,
gig, I'm late for the gig. The band will be waiting. Come on, Art. We need our bass player back. Are you in?
yeah, of course I'm in.
Let's do it. Let's make some jazz.
Band will be so glad to have you back. It's the Cherry Tree, Art. The Cherry Tree. All the greats have played there.
The greats.
It's sold out. This is it.
No, Art. Don't do it. Don't do it, Art. Come on. Don't do this again.
You're not good enough, Art.
Don't listen to an imposter.
Shut up. Shut up, both of you.
You're an awful musician. A terrible person. Layla deserves better. The band deserves better. They all deserve better.
They deserve better. No!
Oh no. Not again. You're so close, man. You're so close.
No. No more.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get rid of you once and for all. Dornbeek. Time to turn it up. Oh, you're in for it now, you big beat bastard!
Oh, I crashed.
Oh, you're in for it now, you big beat bastard!
Oh, I can drive too. I thought I was just. I thought I just
Got
had
a
to shoot.
ticket for you.
I didn't know I had to drive.
Art, what are you doing back there?
Practicing.
Oh, well, keep it up. It's sounding good.
Yes, Ruta. Now you're in for it, bird brain. Go, go, go! It's getting away! I defeated Stoneface. I can defeat you too.
Ah. Games all together.
Now we're flying. I love flying in my dreams.
Ah, my bad. Keep it like this. Yep.
Gotcha, Thornbeak. You can't fly away now. We're closer and closer. He thinks he can win, Layla.
Oh man, I tried to get the box.
Closer and closer. He thinks he can win, Layla.
What are you talking about?
You can fly, but you can't hide. I can do anything. Got my dragon. Got my robot. Got my best friend. You're right to run away, worm breath.
Holy crap. That transition though.
There he is. Get him. Step on it, Layla. Quick, before I wake up. Almost! Almost! Look! He's over there! Step on it!
Oh, crap. Got it. This is intense. Take that, you big bird. Oh, jeez. Oh, right in the face. Right in the beak. Did I get him? The hard swords. That was awesome.
You made. Looking cool, Artie. New hat.
What are you talking about? New hat?
He's worn that for years.
Well, I don't look at his head. Hey, Art, did you get me those sandwiches?
You over your tantrum, Art?
What tantrum?
Hey, Herb, how about we call our new album Tone It Down?
Okay, I get it.
We were worried about you, man. Don't go storming off again.
Damn right. We got gigs to play, records to make.
Exactly.
Yeah, we missed you.
I missed you all too, you bunch of reprobates. Okay, get out of here. Enough of the cheese. Put your foot down. We got a gig to play.
What I realized is that the double bass is not just an instrument. It's a foundation, a heartbeat. Sure, it can sound good on its own, but with other instruments, it sounds like magic.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
God damn. Now that was a song. Where the Grammys at? Give them a call. Then we got a new Grammy winner on our hands. Thank you for playing our little dream. We hope you enjoyed it. I did. Holy crap, that was a fantastic story mode. We made something personal to us and hope that you're inspired to make your own. Man. That was fantastic. Have fun surfing the Dreamverse, exploring the wonderful creations made by the Dreams community. Oh man. I gotta say, that was definitely a fantastic story mode. A lot more than I expected it to be. Media Molecule, that they could have just easily made it a bunch of mini games for you to play, giving you different, like, you know, ideas of what you can make in the game. But no, they decided to just go completely balls to the wall, full on, complete story mode, telling the story of this character Arts, and as it goes on, you get to play a ton of different characters, explore a ton of different genres, and there was just so much added to the experience. You know, there was platforming, there was shooting, there was puzzle solving. It was pretty amazing. It was pretty amazing stuff, and it was just so detailed though. Like the fact that this was made all in Dreams is what really grabs me. Like, I'm very impressed that all of that was made in this game. There was just so much detail put into it, and yeah, I really enjoyed that. It definitely took a lot of work, I'm sure, but that's the thing, you know. It's all about. Okay, so it shows you all the prizes you won, but it's all about, you know, just putting in the work, feeling passionate about game design. So that's why, like, that's definitely the thing when you make a game like this, is that you gotta be like super passionate about it, and they were definitely passionate about making this story mode art stream. Yeah, I'm gonna follow Media Molecule. I'm gonna follow this creation. Played for 9 years by the community? What does that mean? I wonder how I can make my own comment or review. Oh, here we go. I'll write a review, actually. Something else in mind? Oh yeah, we do. Might explain that? Alright, I left my review. Nah, that's done. Let's go back to dream shaping, and I want to continue the tutorials. Dreams Workshop. So that's all done. Let's go to art, sculpting. Here we go.
There's nothing quite like sculpting something from
I'm gonna
scratch.
do all of them.
But you'll need a good grasp of the tools to avoid coming unstuck. So let's get down to it. Maybe Cuthbert will learn something too. Go to the assembly menu. Press the square button to open it if it's closed, and select the modes menu with the X button. Select sculpt mode with X. Its icon has some 3D shapes on it. Every time you enter sculpt mode from the modes menu, a new sculpture will be created. You'll also notice that when you're in sculpt mode, everything outside the sculpture will be blurred and grayed out. This is to help you focus on what you're creating. You can adjust visual feedback in your preferences, which you can find in the options menu. When you first enter sculpt mode, the shapes menu will open automatically and the smear shape tool will be equipped to your imp. Try smearing a shape now by holding R2 and moving your imp around. Now that's out of your system, undo all of it by using the left directional button. By using this tool, we'll help Connie get across the first gap. Move your view a bit closer to the action, looking side on at the space between the platforms. Make sure you can see the platforms and that your imp can reach them. We want to build an organic structure for Connie to walk on, so let's pick an appropriate shape. Select one from the Shapes menu, and you'll see it on the end of your imp. Use the up and down directional buttons to scale it to an appropriate size. While you have a shape on your imp, you can use the grab cam to zoom in and out. Just hold R1 and use the left stick. Now position your imp next to the platform on one side of the gap. Then hold down R2 and use the motion sensor function or the left stick to smear your shape in the gap so that Connie can walk on it. If you want to have another go at it, just undo using the left directional button. Feel free to press and let go of R2 as many times as you want. Each press will create a new edit within your sculpture. Bear in mind that all the edits you make are part of a single sculpture, even if they aren't connected. This means that in assembly mode, they'll behave like a single object. Why not try out different shapes to see what works best? Try holding L2 as you sculpt and use the left and right sticks to rotate the shape. Maybe try making something like a rock formation or a tree trunk. The cool thing is, sculptures are automatically physical, so they can be walked on by puppets like Connie immediately. When you want to try it out, switch to play mode in the options menu. and get Connie to walk around on your sculpture. When you're happy to move on, go back to edit mode and proceed to the next step. What happens when we want to edit an existing sculpture rather than start a new one? Let's investigate. When we went into play mode, we were taken out of sculpt mode. When you're in assembly mode, scope back into your sculpture. Hover over it with your imp, hold L1 and press X. It's just like scoping into a group. Have a go at it now. Now we're here, let's try editing the shapes you've already made. To move or rotate shapes, unequip the Smear Shape tool by pressing circle. This automatically equips the Move tool. You might notice most of the movement controls in Sculpt mode are the same as in Assembly mode. Grab and move shapes with R2, rotate them using L2 and the sticks, or the touchpad. You can hold L1 and move with R2 to clone your shapes, or scale them with the up and down buttons. You can even repeat clone. But unlike assembly mode, you can't select things with X in sculpt mode. Now try moving, rotating, and scaling your individual shapes. If you want to smear some more shapes, just go to the Shapes menu and select a shape to sculpt with. Selecting a shape will automatically equip the last sculpting tool you used. Now you can play around at sculpting with different shapes. Don't forget that you can undo and redo at any time. If you accidentally scope out, you can scope back into your sculpture by hovering over it with your imp and pressing L1 and X. In the next step, I'll show you how to color your sculpture. You've probably noticed by now that all your sculptures are orangey brown, like clay. That's the default color, but you can sculpt with any color you like. If you're in assembly mode, hover over your sculpture with your imp, then hold L1 and press X to scope back into it. Next, head to the Colors section in the Sculpt menu. Then hold L1 default color, but you can sculpt with any color you like. If you're in assembly mode, hover over your sculpture with your imp, then hold L1 and press X to scope back into it. Next, head to the Colors section in the Sculpt menu. And press X over a color group to see the different shades. Choose a color, any one you like. And as if by magic, the shape on your imp is now the color you chose. Any new shapes you make will be that color, but the old shapes are still brown. Luckily, we can also color shapes after we've created them, using the spray paint tool. Go to the Sculpt menu and open the Tools section with X. Then select the Spray Paint tool, which has a spray can icon. Now your imp will have an outline of the current shape on its tip. Intersect the shape with your sculpture and you'll see the spray paint color appear on it. Hold R2 to apply the spray paint to the shapes. You can try out different colors and shapes to completely change the look of your sculpture. If you want to make it easier to keep your imp on the surface of the sculpture, you can use the
How can you see the sculpture?
Luckily, color you choose it, then hold L1 and press X to scope back into it. Next, you've probably noticed by now that all your sculptures are orangey brown, like clay. That's the default color, but you can sculpt with any color you like. If you're in assembly mode, hover over your sculpture with your imp, then hold L1 and press X to scope back into it.
There we go.
Next, head to the Colors section in the Sculpt menu. Luckily, we can also color shapes after we've created them, using the Spray Paint tool. Go to the Sculpt menu and open the Tools section with X. Then select the Spray Paint tool, which has a spray can icon. Now your imp will have an outline of the current shape on its tip. Intersect the shape with your sculpture and you'll see the spray paint color appear on it. Hold R2 to apply the spray paint to the shapes. You can try out different colors and shapes to completely change the look of your sculpture. If you want to make it easier to keep your imp on the surface of the sculpture, you can use the Surface Snap guide. You can find Surface Snap in the Sculpt Guides menu. Select it with X to turn it on. There's a Guides menu in every mode, though not all guides are available everywhere. You can also change the finish of your sculpture using the Finishes menu. The Coat, Style and Effects tutorial has more on finishes if you're curious. By now, you should have an organic looking form, and it will be whatever color your imagination conjured up. If you switched on Surface Snap, switch it off in the Guides menu before continuing. Just select the button with X to turn it off. Then, when you're ready, proceed to the next step.
Alright. I got a basic gist of it down.
All these smeared shapes are creating one single sculpture, even if there's space between them. But you can also use the smear tool to remove from the sculpture, instead of adding to it. To do that, we need to set the tool to subtract. Scope into your sculpture if you haven't already with L1 and X. When the smear shape tool is equipped to your imp, you can press the triangle button to make it subtract. You'll notice that your imp turns into an outline. The shape on your imp becomes an outline too. You can now use the smear tool to cut into your sculpture. Try using different shapes to see what effect they have. For a really cool effect, try subtracting with a different colored shape on your imp. How good is that? You can switch the tool between add and subtract by pressing the triangle button. Why not play around with the tools a bit and try to make a dramatic or interesting looking form? When you're happy with its shape, go into play mode and see if you can get Connie across it. If you need to edit it, just come back to edit mode via the options menu.
I'm making a freaking
Don't forget
creature
to scope back into your sculpture using L1 and X. When Connie has successfully crossed the first gap in play mode, switch back to edit mode, then go to the next step.
I don't even know how Kai's gonna get across this thing.
Smearing shapes can be a messy business. Sometimes you just want to create neat sculptures. Luckily, there are ways to do that. So go to the Assembly menu and select Sculpt in the Modes menu. This will create a new sculpture. Now let's practice sculpting an architectural structure over the second gap. To help us build a neater bridge, open the Guides section of the Sculpt menu. In Guides, switch on Grid Snap by pressing X over it. You'll see a number appear next to the button. That's how big the grid squares will be. You'll notice the white dotted grid in the scene. The spacing of the dots shows the tightness of the grid. They will change orientation depending on your point of view.
Oh, okay.
We'll leave it on the default setting for now. You can experiment with it later.
This is definitely easier.
Now try making a colourful sculpture using the Smear and Move tools and the Colours menu. This'll just be a practice one, so don't spend too long on it. We'll delete it and make an even better one in a minute. You'll notice that it's much easier to keep your shapes neat and straight this time. That's because Grid Snap is active. It makes your tools and objects snap to the grid. It also helps you rotate precisely. Try it out using L2 or the touchpad. With Grid Snap on, objects rotate 45 degrees at a time. You can rotate the shape on the end of your imp before you stamp it, or use the Move tool to rotate shapes that are already placed. When you're comfortable sculpting with Grid Snap, continue to the next step.
Dang it, it's the camera that I have a problem with. Boom. Oh, motherfucking master! I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's just the camera that's hard for me to get a grip on. Everything else is fine. All right.
If we want to make a super neat bridge, there's another guide we can use. If you're still in sculpt mode, scope out of it with L1 and circle. Once you're in assembly mode, delete your sculpture with triangle.
Why?
Go to the modes menu. Click the sculpt mode button to start a new sculpture. Now we're in sculpt mode, the guides menu will have different options. Open the guides menu and switch on the mirror guide. Don't worry about the 2 additional options. Let's investigate them later. Also, check the grid snap is still turned on.
I've been playing for...
Now select the smear tool in your chosen color and shape.
I have been playing. I've been playing for a while. I'd say about an hour at this point.
The mirror guide will always center on the first shape you make. That's why we started a new sculpture. Now, move your view so you can see all of the second gap, and your imp can reach it. If you need to, use the grab cam to zoom out a little from the shape on your imp. Now stamp your first shape right in the center of the gap to enable the mirror guide. Then smear your shape from the center over to the edge of the gap where it meets the platform. You'll see that your sculpt is mirrored, so you only have to make half of the bridge, and it'll be nice and symmetrical, leaving you to focus on making it fabulous. Carry on sculpting and carving your bridge until you're happy. Test it in play mode. And when Connie is over the second gap, return to edit mode via the options menu. When you're back in edit mode, switch off the mirror guide. You can also switch off grid snap if you want, before moving on to the next step.
Yeah, I'm checking my phone right now. If I miss a couple messages, then it's not sent, all of them. It's pretty good.
Now we need to create a bridge across the last gap. For that, we're going to use the mighty stamp tool. First, we'll need to create a new sculpture by going to sculpt mode via the modes menu. Now that you're in sculpt mode, make sure you've switched off the mirror guide before you continue.
Oh, it is fun.
You'll be equipped with the smear shape.
It is quite an
by
experience.
default, so you'll need to switch to the stamp shape tool. You can find stamp shape in the sculpt mode tools menu, next to smear shape. Its icon is a simple square. You can quickly switch between the stamp and smear tools using L1 and triangle. Or you can set stamp shape to be your default sculpting tool in the My Preferences menu.
Oh, okay.
That way, stamp shape will be automatically equipped when you start a new sculpture.
Yeah, I've been playing it for the last couple of days, and it
Stamping
is a
shapes
real
is a
fun
bit
experience.
like stamping objects from the Dreamiverse.
Definitely recommend it.
With the stamp shape tool, you only stamp one shape at a time, no matter how long you hold R2 or X. This has additional benefits too, which you'll see later. Now select the cube in the Shapes menu, then stamp one at the side of the gap.
We're almost there, Connie. Helpful too. So even if you weren't interested in making your own video games,
open the Sculpt Tools menu again,
anyway.
and this time pick the Stretch tool. Its icon is a double-ended arrow. When Stretch is selected, hovering your imp over a shape will cause an arrow gizmo to appear. Hover over the side of the cube that's facing the opposite platform. Press and hold R2 when the arrow is showing, and use your imp to stretch the shape across the gap. Nice. Let go of R2 when you're done stretching.
I'm having trouble getting to this part of the
It's
platform.
not a very exciting bridge right now, but I've got something great to customize it with soon. You can stretch any shape you've sculpted, regardless of what shape it is. Spheres, cones, and even donuts can be stretched. You can even stretch subtracted shapes, but only at the points where they intersect with the sculpture. Have some fun with the stretch tool, but don't go to play mode just yet. When you're ready to take this bridge and your sculpting skills to the next level, continue to the final step.
Jesus Christ, I'm trying to position the camera so I can know where to put the shape, but it's going all wonky on me.
Be at the points where they intersect with the stretched. You can stretch any... It's not a very exciting bridge right now, but I've got something great to customize it with soon. You can stretch any shape you've sculpted, regardless of what shape it is. Spheres, cones, and even donuts can be stretched. You can even stretch subtracted shapes, but only at the points where they intersect with the sculpture. Have some fun with the stretch tool, but don't go to play mode just yet. When you're ready to take this bridge and your sculpting skills to the next level, continue to the final step.
I'm just learning the basics right now, but I'm hoping to make my own game soon. No, I haven't. Honestly, I think it's definitely a lot better with, even though I haven't tried it out with the PS Move controllers, I doubt that it's as good as the regular PlayStation controller. Maybe it is, I don't know. I just don't feel like charging them right now.
So far, I've shown you a few ways to edit the shapes you've already sculpted. But there's also a way to edit the shape before stamping or smearing. First of all, make sure you're still scoped into the sculpture. If not, hover over the bridge, hold L1 and press X to scope in. Also, make sure that you're using the stamp shape tool and not the smear shape. Next, choose a shape from the Shapes menu and select what color you want it to be. Now move the new shape right next to the bridge so that they're touching. Use the grab cam to make sure the shape is in contact with your bridge. Now hold L1 and press square to open the shape editor, just like when you want to tweak something. When you're in the shape editor, you can let go of L1 and the shape will be fixed in place while editing. Notice the Sculpt menu has been replaced with the Shape Editor menu. The buttons vary a little depending on which tool and shape you're using. The Shape Editor for the Stamp tool has quite a few options. We're only interested in one for now, the most exciting one, Soft Blend. The icon is the one with the two circles blending together. If the option isn't there, just check that you have the
It all
stamp
depends
shape
if they make a
tool
PC
equipped
version,
and not smear
but
shape.
since
This is
Media
important.
Molecule is a Sony studio, I don't think it's going to happen.
Next to the icon, there's a slider and a toggle button. Sliders in the shape editor are round, which may seem unusual, but they work just like the sliders in tweak menus. The blend amount slider affects how much the shape will blend with other shapes nearby.
The time could come.
Try holding X on the slider and moving your imp up and down. This is how you get some truly amazing shapes. The hard blend toggle switches between hard and soft blends. Toggle between the two options with X to see the difference it makes. To close the shape editor, just press circle. Now have a play with your blendable shape. Press X, but they work just like the sliders in tweak menus. The blend amount slider affects how much the shape will blend with other shapes nearby.
Oh, okay.
Try holding X on the slider and move X to see the difference it makes. To close the shape editor, just press circle. Now have a play with your blendable shape.
That's really cool.
You can only blend shapes that are part of the same sculpture. So if you can't see any blending on your shape, scope into the sculpture with L1 and X.
You can make some very cool shapes using blending. Try blending subtracted shapes too.
I think I'm making mountains.
Experiment with different shapes and blends on your bridge. Make it really fancy. You can jump back into the shape editor with L1 and square. You can use the shape editor in any of the sculpting tools. Try using soft blend with the spray paint tool. To exit the shape editor and return to sculpting, just press circle. When you've got the hang of the shape editor and you're happy with your bridge, try it out in play mode and get Connie to Cuthbert. Take Connie through the door to finish the tutorial.
Hold on. I forgot to rewind. It'd be cool to go over that one. Hold on. Let me backtrack here. Let's see if I can get over this one. Yep. Yeah. Even though it takes some getting used to, especially the camera, there's a lot of stuff you can do with it, and it's very fascinating stuff. It's a very detailed game. Okay, that's a motion controller. Well, I don't have the motion controls, so I'll skip that. Painting.
In this tutorial, we'll master paint mode. Uh-oh. Looks like Connie's having a bad day. Cuthbert got a bit handy with the lawnmower and mucked up her garden. Sorry, Connie. Let's paint her a lovely new one in paint mode. So, to explain, everything you see in dreams is made up of little splats called flecks. They can be big, loose and painterly, or small, tight and smooth. In paint mode, we deal with strokes, like real-life painting. Strokes are lines of flecks that you draw in 3D space using your imp. Let's make some now. Go to the assembly menu. If it's closed, just press the square button to open it. Then open the modes menu with X. It's this little group of icons. In the Modes menu, select Paint Mode. It has an icon with a paint squiggle. When you enter Paint Mode, you'll go straight into the Flex menu. And the Brush Flex tool will be equipped to your imp. See? There's a fleck on the tip of your imp. When you're painting, everything else goes blurry and black and white to help you focus on what you're creating. You can adjust the visual feedback in your preferences, which you can find in the Options menu. Try pressing and holding R2 while you move your imp around. And look at that, you're painting. Your imp creates a paint stroke made of a trail of flecks. Try changing how hard you press R2 as you paint. With the Brush Fleck tool, changing the pressure on R2 affects how opaque the flecks are. So if you press R2 lightly, the flecks will be more transparent. Now press square to open the paint menu so that we can look at some new colours and finishes.
Yeah, I did on YouTube.
Look at the
I haven't
top
tried
row
for
of
myself
buttons in the
though.
paint menu to find them. As well as the Flex menu, which is already open, there are also menus for colours and finishes there. You can use these to change the colour and finish of your flecks. Practice with the Brush Flex tool and make as many strokes as you like. You can always undo any mistakes with the left directional button. Once you've got a feel for painting, continue to the next step. Was that fun? Now that you've made a gorgeous painting, hold L1 and press circle to scope out of paint mode. It's just like scoping out of a group and works the same way for all creation modes. A painting is a single object created in paint mode, just like a sculpture is a single object created in sculpt
Just
mode.
a bunch of scribbles.
In assembly mode, you can move, scale, and rotate your painting. To edit the strokes in the painting, you can scope into it, just like you can with the group. Try scoping into the painting you just made. Hover over it, hold L1, then press X to scope in.
Yep, thank you for coming.
When you scope into a painting, you will automatically be put back into paint mode and equipped with the Brush Fleck tool. Press circle to unequip the Brush Fleck tool. Now you can use the Move tool on the individual strokes in the painting. You can scope out of the painting again with L1 and circle. Do you fancy making some flowers for Connie's garden?
Yes.
Connie loves flowers. Let's start by making a leaf, and then we can work our way up to the petals. Delete your practice painting using triangle. Then enter paint mode in the Modes menu. Choose a colour and a finish from the paint menu. Choose a colour and a finish from the paint menu. Then choose a fleck to paint with. Use the up and down directional buttons to adjust the size of the fleck. Now paint a simple stroke. Remember, the harder you press, the more opaque the flecks will be. If you want to take another shot at it, just undo with the left directional button and try again. When you're happy with your leaf, go to the next step.
Yeah. That's good.
Next, let's paint a stalk. In the context menu, you'll see a button with a plus sign icon. Select this button to start a new painting. For the stalk, we'll use the Drawflex tool. Open the paint menu with square if it's closed, then select the tools menu. The Drawflex tool icon is a pencil. Select it with X. Drawflex acts more like a pen than a paintbrush. The harder you press R2, the larger the stroke gets. So if you press gently, the stroke will be quite small. When you scale the Drawflex tool, the fleck will get much bigger. That's because it's showing you the maximum size of the fleck. When you stop scaling, it reverts back to the smallest size the fleck can be. Try drawing a flower stalk with it. Have a few goes to practice. Adjust the pressure on R2 as you paint the stroke, so that the stalk tapers at the end. Don't worry about lining it up with the leaf though. We'll do that later. When you're happy with your stalk, continue to the next step. Now the exciting bit, the flower. In the context menu, select the Start New Painting button. By starting a new painting, the flower will be a separate object to the stalk. We're going to paint the petals with the Stamp Flex tool, plus a special ingredient. You can find Stamp Flex in the Paint Mode Tools menu. Select it with X, then choose a fleck, color, and finish for your flower's petals. Now for that special ingredient, the Kaleidoscope Guide. You can find Kaleidoscope in the Guides menu, which is in the top row of the Paint menu. The Kaleidoscope icon looks like a snowflake. Select it with X to turn it on. Leave the settings as they are for now. You can experiment with them later. You'll now have a clump of 5 flecks on your imp. Stamp the clump in your scene. That will set the center of the kaleidoscope. There will now be 1 fleck on your imp and 4 others floating around the center point. Whatever you do with the fleck on your imp will be mirrored by the other 4. You might need to adjust your position to get a good view. You could also try rotating the fleck on your imp. To do that, hold L2 and use the sticks, or stroke the touchpad. You can use the up and down directional buttons to scale the flecks. Whatever you do, make a flower you like the look of. If you mess up, you can just undo it with the left directional button and try again. Add as many petals as you like. Try using different colors and sizes. You could also try using the other painting techniques you've learned. If you want to delete parts of the bloom, just unequip the Stamp Flex tool by pressing circle. Then use triangle to delete any parts you don't like. If you delete the first flex you stamped, the kaleidoscope guide will still be centered on their position. With the Move tool equipped, you can also move or even clone parts of the painting. Flex created with the kaleidoscope guide will always behave like a kaleidoscope, even when the guide is turned off. Go ahead and experiment. Then, when you're happy, proceed to the next step.
I think that's good.
Now we've finished painting, unequip the Stamp Fleck tool with circle. And if it's still on, turn off kaleidoscope in the guides menu too. Scope out of the painting by holding L1 and pressing circle. Now you can assemble the parts of the flower using the Move tool. Beautiful. Let's group the flower so it's a single object. Select all of the flower parts with X. And now select the Group button in the context menu. There! We've made the flower a single group that we can move, scale, rotate, and clone. I spy some charming plant pots. How about we put the flower in one of them? Now let's make another flower by cloning the first one. So hold L1, then grab the flower with R2 to make a clone. We don't want them all to look identical though. Let's make a different bloom. You can scope into the flower group by holding L1 and pressing X over it. Now delete the bloom from the top of the plant. Let's do something a bit different with this flower. So hold L1. Buy some charming plant pots group that we can move, scale, and now select the Group button in the Beautiful. Let's group the flower so it's a single object. Select all of the flower parts with X. And now select the Group button in the context menu. There! We've made the flower a single group that we can move, scale, rotate, and clone. I spy some charming plant pots. How about we put the flower in one of them? Now let's make another flower by cloning the first one. So hold L1, then grab the flower with R2 to make a clone. We don't want them all to look identical though. Let's make a different bloom. You can scope into the flower group by holding L1 and pressing X over it. Now delete the bloom from the top of the plant. Let's do something a bit different with this flower. In the next step, I'll show you how to edit the appearance of your flecks. So, let's make a beautiful new bloom for this flower. Enter paint mode and equip the stamp flex tool. To make this bloom look a little different, we're going to edit the fleck's appearance. We can do that by selecting the Edit Fleck button in the context menu. Or use the shortcut. Hold L1 and press square to open the Fleck editor. It's the same shortcut as opening a tweak menu. The Fleck editor has sliders for altering the appearance of the fleck. They look a bit different to the sliders you see in tweak menus, but they work much the same way. Try dragging them up and down using X and see what they do to the fleck on your imp. How exciting! The fade slider adds extra flecks that fade away near the edges. The scatter slider adds extra flecks with impasto to create a more three-dimensional clump of flecks. The opacity slider makes the fleck more transparent. Once you've adjusted the sliders to your liking, simply press circle to exit the fleck editor and start painting with your fleck. Now create a new bloom for the flower. Perhaps try turning on kaleidoscope again. When you're finished, exit the painting by pressing L1 and circle. Move the new bloom onto the stalk, and then scope out of the group with L1 and circle. When you're done, move on to the next step.
Dang it. There we go.
Now we have some new flowers. How about a bit of rain to water them? We can do that by creating an animated stroke.
These are some weird flowers.
Make sure you're scoped out of any paintings or groups. Then select Paint Mode from the Modes menu. For the rain, we'll use the Rule Flex tool. It's in the Paint Mode Tools menu. The icon looks like a ruler. The Rule Flex tool lets you draw straight lines made of flecks. Choose a fleck, color, and finish for your rain. Something watery.
That's helpful.
Then close the menu with square. These flecks are going to be raindrops, so make them small using the down directional button. Move your view back from the flowers so that you can see plenty of space above them. Then position your imp at a reasonable distance above the flowers and press and hold R2. Stretch the stroke down to the grass at a slight angle, Then release R2 to stamp it. This line of flex is going to be the path of the raindrop. Unequip the rule flex tool with circle.
Am I missing something there?
Move your view back from the flowers so that you can see plenty of space above them.
Oh.
Then position your imp at a reasonable distance above the flowers and press and hold R2. Stretch the stroke down to the ground. So, let's make a beautiful new bloom for this flower. Enter paint mode and equip the stamp flex.
We're already done that.
Now we have some new flowers. How about a bit of rain to water them?
Please.
We can do that by creating an animated stroke. Make sure you're scoped out of any paintings or groups. Then select Paint Mode tool lets you draw straight lines made of flecks.
Really?
Choose a fleck,
That's not what I'm getting right
and
now.
finish for your rain. Sucks tool lets you draw straight lines made of flecks. Choose a fleck, color, and finish for your rain. Something watery. And finish tool lets you draw straight lines made of
That's not what I'm getting, though. Scope most of one? Yeah, it is. Alright, that's the problem. Now I can go into tools and then use it. There we go. Now we're in business.
flex. And this line of flex is going to be the path of the raindrop. Unequip the rule flex tool with circle. Then scope out of your painting using L1 and circle. It doesn't look like much at the moment, but in the next step, I'll show you how to make it look more rainy. To animate the painting, we need to tweak it. So hover your imp over the painting you just made. Hold L1 and press square to open its tweak menu. Look for the animation page of the tweak menu. The tab has a clapperboard icon. The slider at the top controls the playback speed. Grab the slider with X and pull it to the right. You won't see anything change to start with. In order to see animation, you'll need to start time by clicking R3. Use the grab cam or the sticks to get up close to the stroke, and you'll see the flexor moving along it. You can increase the playback speed to make them move faster. The next step is to switch on pulse. When pulse is on, you won't see the whole stroke. Instead, a pulse of flex will travel down it. Select the pulse button in the animation tab of the tweak menu. Its icon is a bomb. Ah yes, that looks much more like a raindrop. You can shorten the trail of the pulse using the slider below the pulse button. Shorten the trail a little to achieve a raindrop look. The drops are still a little on the slow side. Grab the playback speed slider and turn it right up. That's more like it. One raindrop isn't going to water many flowers though. There's a handy way to duplicate your painting without having to clone it loads of times. I'll show you in the next step. So now let's duplicate our raindrop and create a proper downpour. In the tweak menu of the raindrop painting, look for the Duplicates tab. The Duplicates icon is a pair of sheep, just like the clone tool. This tab is used to create duplicates automatically, based on a variety of options. The positional duplicates options determine where the copies appear. The option we want is around camera. Select it and see what happens.
Nice.
Wow! Now it looks like it's really raining. This setting duplicates the painting around the camera automatically, so wherever we go in the scene, it will seem like it's raining. At the bottom of the Duplicates tab are 3 sliders. They affect how many of them there are, how far apart the duplicates are spaced, and whether they are scaled randomly. Try adjusting the sliders and see if you can create an effect you like. Then close the tweak menu using the close button in the corner, or hold L1 and press circle over the tweak menu to close it. Now that we've watered the garden, let's add some finishing touches. Open the assembly menu with square, then select the search button with X. The collection for this tutorial contains lots of great things made in paint mode. There are also more plant pots and a garden shed made in sculpt mode. Use the lots of square, then select the search button with X. The collection for this tutorial contains lots of great things made in paint mode. Square, then close the tweak menu using the close button in the corner, or hold L1 and press circle over the tweak menu to close it. Now that we've watered the garden, let's add some finishing touches. Open the assembly menu with square, then select the search button with X. The collection for this tutorial contains lots of great things made in paint mode. There are also more plant pots and a garden shed made in sculpt mode. Use the collection to finish making Connie's garden. Stamp some plants or pots, or paint more plants of your own. Make it lovely. When you're happy with the garden, stamp the shed in there somewhere. To finish the tutorial, switch over to play mode and walk Connie through the door of the shed.
What else can we add here? grab the shed. Put it like right here.
Or paint more plants of your own. Make it lovely. When you're happy with the garden, stamp the shed in there somewhere. To finish the tutorial, switch over to play mode and walk Connie through the door of the shed.
All right. So we got next logic. That's it for art, right? Yeah.
In this tutorial, you're gonna learn all about the exciting world of logic. Pay no attention to Cuthbert. It's not as complicated as it sounds. I promise. Let's check out the scene. See the buttons on the platforms in front of our good friend Connie? They activate the bridges that will take her to the next platform. At least that's what they're supposed to do. To get them working, you'll need to connect them to the gadgets that control them. You can't see gadgets when you're in play mode, but they let you do all sorts of useful things in edit mode. You can tell gadgets apart by their color and icons. Green gadgets are sensors and inputs. This one is what we call a trigger zone. It's one of the more versatile gadgets. It can trigger other gadgets when it detects something in the scene. Like in this case, Connie standing on the button. Hi, Connie. If you select the gadget with X, you'll be able to see its detection zone. That's it, right there above the button. Press the circle button to deselect the trigger zone, and let's look at the next gadget. Pink gadgets are movers and outputs, meaning they make things happen in the scene. This particular gadget is a rotator, and it's connected to the first bridge. Click R3 to start time, and let's see what it does. Well, not a lot right now by the looks of it. That's because the rotator is switched off. You can tell because the gadget is dim at the moment. But if we connect these two gadgets together, we can turn the rotator on using the trigger zone. In the next step, I'll show you how. Before we start connecting things, make sure you can see both gadgets. You'll notice they have ports sticking out of their sides. Ports on the left are inputs, and the ones on the right are outputs. Hover over the output port on the trigger zone now. You'll see the word detected appear. That means that when the trigger zone detects something, this output will send a signal. Before it can send that signal to the rotator though, we'll need to connect them with a wire. So hover over the detected output and press R2 or X. You'll notice your imp is now tethered to the port by a wire. Power ports have appeared on the gadgets too. It's these ports that switch gadgets on or off. Okay, drag the wire over to the rotator gadget. Now hover over the power port at the bottom, then press R2 or X. Once the gadgets are connected, the wire will disappear automatically. That way, your scene won't get cluttered. After all, you don't want wires all over the place. You can see the wire again by hovering over either gadget. Okay, Time to test that connection out. So let's switch over to play mode in the options menu. That's more like it. Now the trigger zone detects Connie when she stands on the button and activates the rotator on the bridge. As soon as she steps off, the rotator stops working. You can use the button to get the bridge lined up with the platform. Once Connie can make it to the second platform, you can head back to edit mode and move on to the next step. Now that we've connected the rotator, let's take a look at the second platform.
See the yellow gadget on its side?
This gadget isn't a sensor or an output. It's called a microchip. Microchips are used to organize logic in scenes. You can think of them as boxes of gadgets and wires. Let's have a look inside. Hover over this one with your imp. Hold L1 and press X. It's just like scoping into a group of objects. This window is the microchip's canvas. And if these gadgets look familiar, it's because they're two rotators. Each one controls half of this jointed drawbridge. Try to connect the output from the trigger zone to the power ports on the rotators. You can create multiple wires from the same output. Or you can clone wires in the scene by holding L1, then grabbing them with R2. Clone the wire near the rotator to create a new wire from the trigger zone. Once you've connected the trigger zone to the second rotator, switch over to play mode and make sure it's all working. Okay, jumping on the button now will activate the trigger zone and raise the drawbridge so that you can cross over the... Oh, wait a minute. The bridge has dropped down before Connie could cross. That's because the signal to the rotator stopped sending as soon as Connie stepped off the trigger zone. Switch back to edit mode and rewind time with L3. In the next step, I'll show you how to make signals stay on.
This is very interesting.
If we want the bridge to stay up, we'll need to add a gadget between the trigger zone and the rotator to keep it activated. We can do this with a counter. So let's go into the assembly menu. Press square to open it if it's closed. Select the gadgets menu with X. You'll find the counter in the logic and processing section. The gadgets in this menu take an input signal and change it in some way before sending it on. Go ahead and select the counter. Its icon is a tally counter. Now you can see the gadget on your imp. Hover over the microchip and it will snap to the canvas. Press R2 or X to stamp the counter onto the microchip, then press circle to unequip it. The counter gadget counts up or down whenever it receives a signal through its inputs. By default, it starts its count at 0 and has a target of 1. Once it reaches that target, it sends a constant signal through its counter-full output port. Before we connect it though, let's tidy up the wires connecting the trigger zone to the rotators. Just hover over them and press triangle to delete them. Now press R2 or X over the detected output of the trigger zone to create a new wire. Connect it to the increase count input port on the counter. That's the port with the plus sign icon. Now when the trigger zone is activated, the counter will go up to 1. And, this is the important part, it will stay at 1 even after the trigger zone deactivates. Now hover over the counter-full output port of the counter. This port sends a signal when the counter reaches its target. Create a wire with R2 or X and connect it to one of the rotator's power ports. Then do the same for the other one. Time to switch to play mode and try out our new connections. When you're happy everything's working as it should, return to edit mode and move on to the next step. Just one more bridge for Connie to cross. As you can see, we have another microchip on the platform, so let's open it up. Hover over it with your imp, hold L1 and press X. Okay, looks like we have everything we need here. But Connie's an adventurer, so how about we make this last bridge more challenging? Adding a timer to the logic should get the adrenaline going. Once Connie activates the button, she'll only have a few seconds to cross before the bridge drops back down. Let's head back to the assembly menu. If it isn't already open, press square. Then go into the gadgets section. You'll find the timer in the same place as the counter, the logic and processing section. Its button has a clock face on it. Now go ahead and stamp the timer gadget onto the microchip with R2 or X. Then unequip it from your imp with the circle button. Now let's take a closer look at the timer's inputs and outputs. You can see their names by hovering over the ports. The first input is a start timer port. Once this receives a signal, it will start the clock. The second one is reset timer, which sets the time back to 0. Over on the output side, we have timer finished and timer output. Timer finished sends a signal when the timer reaches the required number. It's set to 5 seconds by default. Timer output is a little more sophisticated. The signal it sends represents the timer's current progress. If, let's say, it's only halfway to its target, the signal it sends will be half strength. So how do we connect this so the bridge only stays up for a few seconds? Well, we need the bridge to be raised while the timer is running. So create a wire on the timer output with R2 or X. Remember how we used the counter on the previous platform? We can use one here too. Just like before, connect the wire to the counter's increase count input. Then connect the counter full output to the rotator's power port. Time to see if it works. Click R3 to test it out. As you can see, since the timer isn't connected to a trigger yet, the clock starts ticking as soon as we play the scene. The bridge goes up, but doesn't drop down when the timer finishes. That can only mean one thing. There's a problem with the logic. If you'd like to figure it out for yourself, feel free to check the gadgets and see what's wrong. Or move on to the next step and we'll go through it together. So let's take a look at why the bridge stayed up after the timer finished instead of going back down. Remember how we used the counter earlier to remember the signal from the trigger zone? Well, now it's remembering the signal from the timer, so we need to make it forget that once the timer finishes. Let's go over to the counter gadget. Hover over the inputs to see their names. This one here is reset count. It'll put the counter back to 0, which will turn off the rotator. So all we need to do is connect it to the timer, but to which output? Aha! There we go. We can use the timer finished output. Hover over it and create count input. But we also need to reset the timer, otherwise the logic will only work once. So let's get another wire from the timer finished output and connect this one to the reset timer input. You'll recognize it by the rewind symbol on it. All we have left to do is to connect the trigger zone to the start timer port so Connie can activate it. Okay, that was a lot of connections. So before we test it out, let's go over the logic we've made. First, Connie activates the trigger zone, which sends a signal to start the timer. Once the clock starts running, the timer output becomes active. This tells the counter to count up. That then turns on the rotator and raises the bridge. Now this is where the really clever stuff kicks in. After 5 seconds, the timer finishes its count, which activates the timer finished output. This in turn resets the counter to 0, cutting the signal to the rotators and lowering the bridge. And let's not forget, it also resets the timer, so the logic could be triggered again if Connie didn't cross the bridge the first time. Isn't logic exhilarating? Take your time digesting all that. Logic is easier to read if you route your wires neatly. Grab wires with X to change their paths. You can also move the gadgets around by grabbing them with R2. Feel free to test it out in play mode, but don't leave the scene just yet. I have one more thing to show you. So, on the third platform, we've set up a timer that makes the bridge drop after 5 seconds. But I think that might be too easy for a seasoned pro like Connie. Let's make it a little bit more challenging. First, if you're in play mode, switch back to edit mode and rewind time with L3. Let's move in closer to the microchip with the timer. You can use the grab cam, R1, to move your view. Now I'll show you how to tweak a gadget's settings. Hover over the timer gadget, hold L1 and press square. This tweak menu contains the settings for the timer. Hover over the sliders and buttons to see their names. The top slider sets the target time for the timer. If we lower this setting, the bridge will stay up for a shorter time. To adjust the value, hover your imp over the slider, then hold X. Use your imp to drag the slider left or right. Set it to around 3 seconds. It doesn't have to be exact. If you're a stickler for precision, you can adjust the slider incrementally using the up and down directional buttons. Just hover your imp over the slider and press up or down to tweak the value. In fact, why don't we make things really interesting for Connie? Let's set it to 2.5 seconds. You can close the tweak menu now by selecting the cross in the top corner with X. Or you could use a shortcut. Just hold L1, then press circle while hovering over the menu to close it quickly. The same shortcut works for closing microchips. Give it a try now. Hold L1, then hover your imp over the microchip and press circle. Time to test out the scene in play mode. If you have any problems crossing that last bridge, you can always tweak the timer again in edit mode. Remember, you just hover over the gadget, hold L1 and press square to open its tweak menu. When you're all set, take Connie to the last platform and walk through the door to complete this tutorial.
Oh, hell nah. That's a lot to take in. Game design ain't easy though.
In this tutorial, you'll use logic to make health go up and go down. Oh, Cuthbert. Let's start by going into play mode. See if you can get Connie across that first gap. Oops. Sorry, Connie. I forgot to fix that. Don't worry, though. Even after falling such a long way, Connie's just fine. There's only one problem. There's no way for her to get back up. What we need is for Connie to respawn on a platform if she falls. So that's going to be our next job. First, switch back to edit mode. Remember to rewind time with L3 as we always do after play mode.
That's how you do it, okay.
In order to make Connie respawn, we're going to use a health modifier gadget. We'll use it to make the floor around the platforms. Health modifiers can damage or heal anything that has a health manager. And, as luck would have it, Connie has one built into her logic. Go to the assembly menu. Open it with the square button if it's closed. Select the gadgets menu, the one with the 3 connected squares. You'll find the health modifier in the movers and output section, which is represented by a box with an arrow. Now select the button that has a clockwork heart on it. Your imp will now be equipped with a health modifier gadget. Stamp it somewhere central, near the floor, using R2 or X. Then unequip the gadget with circle. Your scene now has a health modifier, but to make it work as intended, we'll have to tweak it first. We'll do that in the next step. Let's go ahead and open the Health Modifiers Tweak menu. Hover over it, hold L1 and press square. Here you can set the options for how the health modifier works. That includes how much health is modified, which is shown in the first slider. Right now, it's set to -100. This means it will take 100 health points away from anything it affects. Just enough to make Connie respawn. The modifier mode is set to per hit, so 100 health points will be taken away when anything touches it. But since we want the area around the platforms to be lethal, we need to set the modifier type to zone. Select the zone icon with X now, then go to the Zone Properties tab so we can change its size and shape. The icon is at the top of the menu and looks like a box in a zone. Look for the Zone Shape section of the menu, then select the cube. You can use the zone sliders to make the zone bigger. Be careful not to make it too tall. The respawn zone should be level with the pink lines around the platforms. If you need to, move the health modifier gadget nearer to the floor. When you hover over the edges of the zone, you'll see white arrow gizmos appear. Grabbing these with R2 will let you change the size of the zone. Using those, you can make sure the area around the platforms is covered. Now let's test it in play mode and see what happens. Perfect. If Connie falls off now, she'll just respawn back on the platform.
Yeah, no. Didn't work for me.
Before we move on, maybe we should do something. What happens? You'll see what zone should be. The icon is at the top of the menu and looks like a box in a zone. Look for the zone shape section of the menu, then select the cube. You can use the zone sliders to make the zone bigger. Be careful not to make it too tall. The respawn zone should be level with the pink lines around the platforms. If you need to, move the health modifier gadget nearer to the floor. When you hover over the edges of the zone, you'll see white arrow gizmos appear. Grabbing these with R2 will let you change the size of the zone. Using those, you can make sure the area around the platforms is covered.
I don't know why I'm missing.
What happened? In this tutorial, you'll use logic to make health go up. Let's go ahead and open the health modifier's tweak menu. Hover over it, hold L1 and press square. Here you can set the options for how the health modifier works. That includes how much health is modified, which is shown in the first slider. Right now, it's set to -100. This means it will take 100 health points away from anything it affects. Just enough to make Connie respawn. The modifier mode is set to per hit, so 100 health points will be taken away when anything touches it. But since we want the area around the platforms to be lethal, we need to set the modifier type to zone. Select the zone icon with X now, then go to the Zone Properties tab so we can change its size and shape. The icon is at the top of the menu and looks like a box in a zone. Look for the zone shape section of the menu, then select the cube. You can use the zone sliders to make the zone bigger. Be careful not to make it too tall. The respawn zone should be level with the pink lines around the platforms. If you need to, move the health modifier gadget nearer to the floor. When you hover over the edges of the zone, you'll see white arrow gizmos appear. Grabbing these with R2 will let you change the size of the zone. Using those, you can make sure the area around the platforms is covered. Now let's test it in play mode and see what happens. Perfect. If Connie falls off now, she'll just respawn back on the platform. Before we move on, maybe we should do something about this booby-trapped bridge. Switch back to edit mode and rewind time with L3. There. See what's causing it? It's that trigger zone. When Connie activates it, the bridge collapses and there's no way across. If you've finished the first logic tutorial, you'll know that the counter is being used to remember the trigger zone has been activated. If you follow the wires, you'll see there's one connected to each block. These red dots on the blocks are not gadgets. They show that a wire is connected to a setting in the block's tweak menu. Explore the logic for yourself. Or, if you want to move on and get Connie on her way, just delete the trigger zone by pressing triangle over it. That'll prevent any of the logic from activating. Then, once Connie can safely make it to the second platform, move on to the next step. Now's probably a good time to show you how to add checkpoints. When playable characters like Connie activate a checkpoint, the scene remembers their progress. So when they respawn, they'll appear at the last checkpoint instead of starting off at the beginning. Go to the assembly menu, then the gadgets menu. If the last section you used is still open, close it by pressing circle over it. Expand the gameplay gear section with X, then select the checkpoint. It's the one that looks like a location marker. There. Now your imp is equipped with a checkpoint gadget. The direction of a checkpoint determines which way a character will face when it respawns. So make sure the front of the gadget, the side with the black outline, is facing the direction you want Connie to face. Remove the gadget from your imp with the circle button, then open the Checkpoints Tweak menu. Checkpoints use a detection zone, just like health modifiers. So select the Zone Size tab from the menu. This is set to a sphere by default, but to make sure it can't be missed, let's change it to a cube. You can use the zone size sliders to make the checkpoint cover the width of the platform. Above the gadget, you'll see a white move gizmo. Grab it with R2 to put the activation zone where you want it. Just make sure Connie can't miss it. The white handle shows the direction Connie will face when she respawns. Check that it's pointing the right way. Grab it with R2 if you need to adjust it. Let's close that tweak menu with L1 and circle. Now try it out in play mode to see if the checkpoint remembers your progress. Sorry, Connie. We're gonna have to respawn you again. But it's all in the name of science, I promise. Great, there she is, right at the checkpoint again. When you're ready, go back to edit mode, rewind time, and move on to the next step. This next bridge looks a bit too hot to walk on. But Connie's a tough explorer, and she's always ready for danger, so let's give it a go. Okay, that block's too big for Connie to jump over. Better get her back to safety before it's too late. Let's switch back to edit mode and see how the bridge is damaging Connie. Move closer to the bridge and keep an eye out for any gadgets attached to it. Ah, there's one. A clockwork heart icon, so it's another health modifier. It looks like, instead of using a zone, this one is attached to the bridge. So whenever Connie walks on it, she loses health. If only that block wasn't in the way, she could make it across. But what if the block itself could lose health? We could give it a health manager of its own and see how that works out. Go to the assembly menu, then open the gadgets menu. You may need to close the gameplay gear section if you opened it earlier. Then you can expand the movers and output section. Look for a heart icon, not the clockwork heart this time. Select it with X to give your imp a health manager gadget. Stamp one near the block with R2 or X, then press circle to unequip it from your imp. To make the health manager affect the block, we'll need to attach it. The easiest way to attach gadgets to objects is to use what we call surface snap. Grab the health manager with R2 and hold it over the block. All you have to do to activate surface snap is hold L1 while your imp holds the gadget. This makes it hug the surface of any object you hover over. Now release R2 to attach the gadget to the block. You can also let go of L1 to stop using surface snap. In the next step, I'll show you how to tweak this health manager. Now that we've given the block health, let's take a closer look at it. Hover over the health manager, hold L1 and press square to open its tweak menu. The sliders here define the block's maximum and current health. Click R3 to play time, and you'll see the health starts to go down. That's because the bridge's health modifier is damaging it. But you'll notice it's going down much slower than Connie's health was when she was on the bridge. The reason for that is this health manager has a 1 second cooldown. So whenever the block takes damage, it's invulnerable for 1 second after that. Grab the cooldown slider with X and pull it to the left with your imp. So what happens when it reaches 0? Not a lot right now. But we can deal with that in the next step. For now, feel free to experiment with the health manager settings. Start time with R3 to see your changes, then rewind it with L3 to reset the health manager. Once you're done, you can move on to the next step.
This is ridiculous.
This next bridge looks ready for Instead, if only that block manager of its close the gameplay stop. To make the health manager affect the block, we'll need to attach it. The easiest way to attach gadgets to objects is to use what we call surface snap. Grab the health manager with R2 and hold it over the block. All you have to do to activate surface snap is hold L1 while your imp holds the gadget. This makes it hug the surface of any object you hover over. Now release R2 to attach the gadget to the block.
Alright, there we go.
You can also...
So now let's test it out. Alright, now it's working. Cool.
Now that we've given the block health, let's take a closer look at it. Hover over the health manager, hold L1 and press square to open its tweak menu. The sliders here define the block's maximum and current health. Click R3 to play time, and you'll see the health starts to go down. So whenever the block takes damage, X, and pull it to the left with your imp. So what happens when it reaches 0? Not a lot right now. But we can deal with that in the next step. For now, feel free to experiment with the health. An object doesn't automatically get destroyed when it runs out of health, so we need to do a bit more work before we can get rid of that block. Let's take a closer look at its health manager. If its tweak menu is still open, close that first with L1 and circle. See the output ports on its right edge. Hover over the one at the bottom, the one that has a heart with a cross over it. This is the no health output, which sends a signal when the health manager is depleted. It can be used to trigger any number of things, but right now, we're going to use it to destroy the block. Go to the assembly menu and take a look in the gadget section. It may still be open from earlier, when you selected the health manager. Look for a skull icon on a button in the movers and output section and select it with X. This is the destroyer gadget. It destroys whatever it's attached to. To attach it to the block, we can use surface snap. So hover the destroyer over the block, hold L1 to make it surface snap, and press R2 or X to stamp it. Now you can unequip the destroyer gadget with circle. Okay, before we connect it up, let's just see if it works by clicking R3. Oh, it works all right. When time is running, the destroyer activates and destroys the block. Rewind time with L3 to bring it back. We don't want the destroyer to activate until the block's health has run out. To do that, we'll need to connect the no health output port to the destroyer's power. So hover your imp over the health manager's no health output port and press R2 or X to create a wire. This will make power ports appear on the gadgets in the scene. Destroyed, leaving the path clear for Connie. But how do we know how much health the block has left? We could always look at its tweak menu, but you can't see that in play mode. So click L3 to rewind time, and I'll show you how to display health in the next step. If the Health Manager's tweak menu isn't open already, open it now with L1 and square. When you hover over the menu sliders and buttons, you'll see ports popping out of the side. These work just like the ones on the outside of the gadget, but there are a lot more of them. And you might also have noticed that there's another gadget stamped on the side of the block. That's a number displayer. If we connect a wire from the current health output to the number displayer's input port, we'll be able to see the block's health count down in play mode. So let's go ahead and do that. Hover over the current health slider's output port. Then press R2 or X to create a wire and stretch it to the number displayer. Once you've connected it to its input with R2 or X, you can switch over to play mode and test out the whole scene so far. Excellent. Now we can see the block taking damage until it's destroyed. Once you can get Connie to the next platform, switch back to edit mode and move on to the next step. Well, Connie made it through, but she's a bit worse for wear. The burn effect you see on her is triggered by the current health output from her health manager. It gives you a visual cue of her health. The more singed she gets, the less health she has. I'm not sure poor Connie has enough health left to make it across the last bridge. What she needs is a bit of healing, so let's create a healing zone where she can recharge. This green pad looks like a good place to recover. We can turn it into a healing zone by placing a health modifier on it, using Surface Snap. You've used Surface Snap before, so this should be no problem. Go to the Assembly menu and select a health modifier from the Movers and Output menu. It's the one with the clockwork heart on it, remember? Now activate Surface Snap by holding L1. Then attach the health modifier to the green pad. Now you can unequip the gadget with the circle button and open the modifier's tweak menu. We need to change it so it heals Connie. The health modifier is set to -100 by default, which won't do Connie any good. She has 100 health to start with, so that will take it all away and make her respawn. Grab the slider with X, drag it right, and set it to +20. We want the healing zone to heal Connie while she's standing on it, so you also need to set the modifier mode to continuous. You can leave the modifier type as impact, since you've snapped the health modifier to the platform. And that's all there is to it. Close the tweak menu with L1 and circle, and give it a try and play mode. Alright, that should give Connie the health boost she needs to cross that final bridge. Oh, she's been through a lot today, so take her through the door to end this tutorial.
I'm gonna probably skip a little bit ahead. I wanna do character creation real quick, and I might do some other ones that I'm more interested in.
Connie's hosting a talent contest to find the best characters in the Dreamiverse. But she's a no-nonsense judge, and none of these candidates are up to scratch. Of course, Cuthbert's no use, so let's see if we can come up with something to impress her.
Cuthbert's an ass.
Head into the dressing room, also known as edit mode, to get started. In this tutorial, we'll be customizing the appearance of a puppet. So we'll need a blank canvas to start. Go to the assembly menu and open the gadgets menu. Now open the gameplay gear menu. In here, find the blank puppet deluxe. The deluxe version is the perfect starting point for making characters. Select it with X and a blue mannequin will appear on your imp. It has built-in features like jump and possession animations, which the basic version doesn't have. Connie won't be impressed by a basic puppet, so make sure you select the right one. Stamp the deluxe puppet in the scene with R2 or X. Get its feet roughly on the floor, but make sure they aren't intersecting with it. Then press the circle button to unequip the puppet from your imp. If you need to, you can grab and adjust the puppet with R2. In the next step, we'll start exploring the puppet's inner workings. The puppet might look simple, but it's quite a complex gadget. So let's get to know it a little better. It's made up of many objects that have been grouped together. And just like any other group, it can be scoped into. Hover over the puppet with your imp, press and hold L1, and then press X to scope in. Below the puppet, you will now see its base and its logic microchip. If they're obscured by the floor, you may need to scope out and adjust your puppet's position. The puppet's body is made of sculptures, joined together with connectors. When scoped in, we can grab parts of the puppet to change its pose. Before we do that, find the button called Puppet Mirror in the context menu. Select this button with X, and your puppet will stay symmetrical when you pose it. Of course, you don't have to make it symmetrical, but it's a good way to start. You can always add nuance later. When you move a part of the puppet, all the parts connected to it will also move. The root of the puppet is the pelvis, and every other part is connected in a hierarchy from there. For example, moving the upper arm will move the lower arm and the hand as well. But if you move the pelvis, the whole puppet will move. Its feet will try to stay in contact with the floor. So if you lower the pelvis, the puppet's knees will bend. You can also rotate parts by grabbing them with L2. Use R2 and L2 to create a new pose for the puppet. Changing the pose can be a to create a part move. Its feet will try to stay in contact with the floor. So if you lower the pelvis, the puppet's knees will bend. You can also rotate parts by grabbing them with L2. Use R2 and L2 to create a new pose for the puppet. Changing the pose can be a great starting point for a character. The pose could be confident, sad, scared, or aggressive. Don't forget, you can undo any changes with the left directional button if you make a mistake. Use the grab cam to adjust your pose from different angles. Just hold R1 over the puppet to activate it. When you've finished posing your puppet, move on to the next step.
This is weird. Alright, I think that's
Now
good.
we've posed our puppet, we can start adjusting its proportions. To do that, we're going to use the stretch tool. Go to the assembly menu, then open the tools menu. Select the stretch tool. It's the one that looks like a double-ended arrow. The stretch tool works like the move tool in a lot of ways. But with the stretch tool, you can move parts of the puppet beyond the limits of the connectors. Try grabbing and moving the puppet's head. Notice the way the neck elongates and shortens. Now try it on the hands. This changes the length of the upper and lower arm. Some body parts respond differently to the stretch tool. For instance, if you move the upper arms, the shoulders will broaden and the chest will expand. You can also scale parts of the puppet using the up and down directional buttons. I'd only recommend doing this to the puppet's extremities though, the head, hands and feet. Puppets are delicate contraptions, and extreme scaling and stretching can make them behave unexpectedly. But if anything does go skew-whiff, just undo it using the left directional button. If you know how to use sculpt mode, you could try scoping into the individual body parts to change their shape. You can find a whole tutorial on sculpting in the art tutorials. Have a play around with stretching and scaling and see what you can create. Try making the puppet more cartoony or turn it into a monster. Test out your puppet in play mode to see it in motion. When you're done, return to edit mode. Rewind time with L3 to get your puppet back in position.
What the heck did I just make?
In the next step, I'll show you how to color and stylize your puppet.
Oh god, I feel so bad for him. He looks like that one Titan off of Attack on Titan, the weird looking one that runs so feminine like. Oh god.
Another way of customizing your puppet's appearance is by changing its color. We can do this by tinting mode. If you've played my tutorial on coat, style and effects, you'll already know how to do this.
Welcome to the stream,
In the
DKDK.
assembly menu, go to the modes menu and enter coat mode. In the coat mode menu, open the colors menu and select a color for your puppet.
Let's make him green.
Now hover over your puppet and hold R2 to tint it with your selected color. The longer you hold R2, the stronger the tint will become. If you want your puppet to be multicolored, simply scope into the puppet. Select a different color from the colors menu. Hover your imp over a part of the puppet you want to tint. How about the head? Now, when you press and hold R2, just that part of the puppet will be tinted. You can also use the tools in Style mode and Effects mode. Try using Style mode to change the texture of your puppet. If you don't know how to use Style mode, there's an art tutorial which can help you. In the next step, we'll dive into the dressing up box to change the texture of your puppet. If you don't know how to use Style mode, there's an art tutorial which can help you. To change, hover your imp over a part of the use the tools in Style mode and Effects mode. Try using Style mode to change the texture of your puppet. If you don't know how to use Style mode, there's an art tutorial which can help you. In the next step, we'll dive into the dressing up box.
Oh lord. There we go. Perfect.
One of the simplest ways to customize a puppet is by adding accessories. But to make sure they move with the puppet, we need to group them with a body part. Before we do that, it's important to fully understand the concept of scoping in and out of groups and objects. If you've played part 4 of the Start Dreaming tutorials, then you'll already know a thing or two about using groups. Objects in dreams are often combined into groups, which can be treated like a single object in assembly mode. Groups themselves can also be grouped. This means that you can have groups nested inside other groups. Let's try scoping in and out of something else before we invade the puppet's personal space. Over there on the floor is a hat box. Make sure you're in edit mode. Now try taking the lid off the hat box. The whole box will move because the lid, the box, and its contents have been grouped. Undo the move with the left directional button to put it back in its place. Now scope into the group. Hover over the hat box, press and hold L1 and press X. Everything but the box should go grey and blurry. If not, make sure your visual feedback preference is set to all. This shows that you've scoped into the group and can edit its contents.
Not sure, by the way, if you guys can hear it.
Now, you should be able to take the lid off the hat box. Inside is another hat box. Try taking the lid off this one. I think you can guess what will happen. This smaller hat box is also grouped with its lid and contents. Remove the smaller box and place it next to the large one. Now scope into this group by holding L1 and pressing X over the smaller hat box. The original hat box will go grey and blurry as we've scoped into a subgroup. Now you should be able to open the smaller hat box. What's inside? A lovely hat. Take it out and place it next to the smaller box. When you've done that, proceed to the next step.
Let's make it a little crooked. There we go.
Now that we've taken the hat group,
Yeah.
This is a scoping. Remember, press R2 softly to nudge if you need to make finery. Switch to play mode. Possess it with R2 and take it for a wander.
What the heck?
Nice.
Hold on.
When you're ready to continue, before you move on, you should try out the puppet to see it walk around with its new accessory. Switch to play mode. Press R2 softly to nudge. Remember to check it from different angles using the grab cam. Remember to this is a shortcut for grouping two objects if you're already grabbing one of them. Simply grab an object and scope into another object to group them automatically without having to select them. The same way that scoping into a group while holding an object adds it to the group. Now that it's in a group with the head, scoping. This is a shortcut for grouping two. Now scope into the puppet's head while still holding the hat. This is a shortcut for grouping two objects if you're already grabbing one of them. Simply grab an object and scope into another object to group them automatically without having to select them. The same way that scoping into a group while holding an object adds it to the group. Now that it's in a group with the head, place the hat where you want it. Remember to check it from different angles using the grab cam to make sure it's in position. Press R2 softly to nudge if you need to make fine adjustments to the position of the hat.
Alright, now let's see if it works. Oh, come on. Maybe I can make it crooked, can it? Ah, here we go. Yeah. That freaking run, though, I can't get over that. Okay.
Okay, let's add some more accessories before our puppet's stage debut. Open the assembly menu and select Search, the button with the magnifying glass, to search for an element. Usually, you'd be in the Dreamiverse here, but for this tutorial, I've kept things simple and curated a collection of elements for you to use. Take a look at some of the accessories in the collection. Select one you like with X. You'll now have your chosen accessory on your imp. Don't stamp it down yet though. First we need to scope into the puppet. You can do this even when you have an element from the Dreamiverse on your imp. Scope in with L1 and X, and then scope into the body part that you want to attach it to. If that body part is already in its own group, you'll enter that group. But if the body part is just a sculpture, then you'll create a new group when you stamp the object down. Once the accessory is in the group, you can adjust the accessory while you're there. Try adding some more accessories from the collection. Then it's important to test the puppet in play mode, to check that the accessory is attached correctly. Here's another very important tip. If you ever want to remove an accessory, whatever you do, don't ungroup the body part. If you do that, you'll delete that group's connection to the puppet. And without the connector, your puppet's limbs will start falling off when you go into play mode. And nobody wants that. Instead, scope into the group containing the body part and the accessory. Then either delete the accessory or grab it and scope out. If there's only one object left in the group, it'll automatically ungroup, and the connector will remain safely connected to the remaining object. Play around with the things you've learned in this tutorial and have fun making a character.
No, hold on.
When you're happy, select the star podium from the tutorial collection and stamp it down in the outline that we've put in the scene for you. Then head back into play mode, jump onto the podium and see what Connie thinks of your creation.
Okay, I got it backwards, that's the thing. try it out now. Nope. Ah, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's gonna look like a freak show anyway, so might as well just do it. Oh. Let's get him some glasses. I'll just put a giant bun on his torso here. Come on, man. I freaking hate what I made here, but I love it at the same time. Let's give him a tail. Let's give him a dragon tail. Or a dinosaur tail. Lovely, yeah. Okay, so how do I get
When you're
this?
happy, select
Oh,
the
yeah.
star podium from the tutorial collection and stamp it down in the outline that we've put in the scene for you. Then head back into play mode, jump onto the podium, and see what Connie thinks of your creation.
I know Kai's gonna love it and everything, but oh my god. Hey everyone. Why? Just why though? What did I do? What did I freaking do? Alright. Well, hold on. I'm gonna take a break from tutorials and go ahead and just play some games. See what we got. Gym surfing, here we go. That's where I want to go. So what we got? Art therapy. The Hulk, The Flash, Peter Griffin's Disco Club, Breath of the Wild, Life on Mars. Let's do this one. Superman flies. Not bad. Lowering himself is a little weird, and of course the feet going to the cape is distracting, but look at this. Glitches a little bit. You gotta make Superman pose though. If you really want to get the flying right, you gotta make him pose when he's doing it. Crazy SpongeBob and the Jelly Squad. I don't know if you couldn't tell, but I was trying to hold in my laughter that whole time. Thumbs up. It made me question my humanity. That's that's the most positive thing. No, I didn't want to play it again. Oh boy. Batman obstacle course. It's Lego Batman. Oh man, we're going Batman. Why is the music so freaking loud? Hold on. I'm gonna adjust the volume real quick. That's fun and all, but I'm going back. What else we got? Let's do the Hulk free roam. Yeah. Collect all ones, score pickups and sets. Okay. Nice Hulk model. This Hulk model is pretty good though. Even though like its limbs kind of glitched in some pieces and all, it's still a pretty impressive looking Hulk model. The proportions are down. The colors are right. I bet they can make a pretty impressive Hulk game with Dreams. I also like the sound effects for running sound effects. I'm gonna end it there. But yeah, it's a pretty good. There's a good idea for a Hulk game in there. You know, I like the concept of there being an open world Hulk game, and the model was really good. As long as it's not, you know, just collecting stuff all the time. Alright, what else we got? Let's try this out. Project Ikelos. Nice model.
Oh, thank goodness. You're aware. Listen very closely, adventurer. Artifact I gave you has awoken your mind in this realm of dreams and will allow me to communicate to you over vast distances. You are our last hope, and we need your help. In this realm, the laws of reality as you know it are inconsequential, and just by focusing your mind, you'll be able to accomplish feats that were never possible in your lives. You'll be able to run faster and jump higher than you ever could before. As long as you
Alright, I'll be sure to search them up after this one.
Give it a try.
Good. This is really good, though.
See? If you remove the limitations in your mind, you can begin to do the impossible. Look over there, a floating crystal. These will be very important to your journey and represent the mind of another that's trapped forever, encased in a perpetual nightmare for all of eternity, lest we hope. Shatter it and free the mind within. Use your imagination once again and conjure weapons to destroy the crystals once and for all. A minion of evil has been alerted to your presence. Target him and use your newfound abilities to vanquish the foe. Dodge and time your attacks effectively to avoid becoming insensitive.
I like the detail and the set pieces.
More minions. You know what to do.
Oh crap. No.
You need to be more careful on your travels. I have recovered your consciousness for now, but I could lose you forever if you're too reckless. No, you've awoken a golem. He will not be so easy to vanquish. You will have to use everything you've learned so far to be victorious.
Health's not going down though. Oh, now it's just... Yeah, really watch out for the small filler they have before the attacks.
You are fully focused now. Follow loosely. Tap into that power and use it to bend this reality to your whims. Destroy this foe.
I like that his body is deteriorating as I'm losing up. Wait.
You did it, and have made it to a nexus of dreams. This is only the beginning of your journey, and a great many threats lay in front of you. Stay focused and prepare for what's to come.
If only it were that easy.
Alright, I'm liking that. I'm also going to follow this creation and the user because I like that. That's a really, really good idea for a game there. Okay, so what do you want me to search up? Mr. Fibble's poop? What was that? This Mr. Fibble's Poop-tastic Adventure? Alright. Let's check this out. Ooh. What's the point of this game?
Special pool. Special pool.
Shit. The only positive thing I can really say about it is that it at least had some effort put into it. Let's see here. So this is like some kind of, so this is like what a character model is going to look like in this guy's game, huh? Alright. Really good, though. Yeah, I like that. Thought I was going to start talking to me. Alright. Anything else I can play? Let's check this out. Super great job, human demo. Rom has awoken in Obsolencia, a purgatory for obsolete technology. Guided by his new friend, the Commodore, he searches the 5 realms of Obsolencia for the ancient relics that may help him save his fate. Alright. Recover the 12 ancient relics and reach the goal. Hey kid, I'll buy some skins. You know, skins that turn your gun into a beautiful gaudy eyesore. You don't have a gun. How do you solve all your problems? Friendship, huh? Sounds like some hippie nonsense to me. I'm all about cold, unfeeling capitalism. Let me introduce you to the 3 sweetest words in the English language. Pay to win. Here's how it works. I'll upgrade your experience in exchange for imp coins. There are imp coins hidden all over Obsolencia. You'll find them in spots that only your imp can reach. Why don't you take a gander at my war and see if anything jingles your coin purse. That's really cool. There's actually an in-game store. Hey kid, it's me, the Commodore. This may come as a shock to you, but we can't communicate remotely through these screens. Can you believe it? It's like a telephone for words. I'll give you helpful hints and tips in case you get stuck. Toodles. push you around if you let them. But if you expose the weak points, the anchor yours can make quick work of them. Just make sure to say something cool afterwards. Like, how does the beat the egg you think is crap? Actually, it doesn't say. That's fine. Alright. Crap. I wish there was a better way to control your end. How the heck do I do that? Well, the gameplay could definitely use some tweaking, but it's not a bad concept for a game. Okay, dreams that your friends thumbed up. Let's try out some levels based on pre-existing games. Crash Bandicoot. Alright, I like the model. Oh, shit, I didn't realize he was there. Why is he so big, though? Oh, come on. Like the can't even like attack him. Hold on. What did Bakalaka say up there? We need put faith in the skeleton thing. Slow ass. Right in the head. Not bad. It was alright. want to try this one again. I'm getting a phone call. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna try this one again. See if I can get over those obstacles. Okay, now this one's big or something. Trying to figure out how to get over these things. That's the main thing. Oh, it's in my hand. Okay. I also wish there was just a better way to control your M. Because it's like the only way you can control it is by moving your camera. So I can do that. Alright, what if I go this way? I'm gonna fall off the edge whenever I try to get the end. Focus on that block. Try on these ones back here. I'll get that. Oh well. Hello, gamer girl. Welcome back to the stream. Cold conundrum. Let's go normal. So this is a first-person shooter.
There you are. Situation has gotten quite dire, I'm afraid. Ever since King Frost was captured by those evil snowmen, I haven't been able to make a walk in the woods without getting bombarded by snowballs. We've also sunk my beautiful ship before fleeing the lake, ruining my fishing spot in the process. This cannot stand. These snowmen need to be eradicated from the face of the planet, I tell you. In my house, you'll find a gun. Take it and go teach those pesky snowmen a lesson. Now don't be alarmed. This gun just shoots salt. A painful nuisance to us, but something else altogether to snowmen. They'll melt like a cheap plastic toy in the fireplace. Oh, and you do know how to use a gun, right? If you want to practice, you need to use the snowmen outside. It's not gonna be a live one. I promise. There they are. Blast those cursed snowmen to pieces. My beautiful ship and my beautiful lake. All of it ruined because these delusional snowmen want to rule the world. Leave none of them alive.
I've been playing it for a long while, actually. And yeah, I got your messages. I was just kept my eyes on my phone. Alright, this is pretty cool. Very simple concept, but I like it. So that's the king. Beat him. Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention there for a minute. Have you arrived at King Frost's palace yet? It doesn't look particularly great from the outside, but I promise it's much better inside. I bet the leader of those vile snowmen is in there, holding the king hostage. What? All that's left of him is a puddle of salt water? Well, that's anticlimactic. And what about King Frost? He's in there, isn't he? No? Well, before we start speculating, I must warn you. If you come across a mug of hot chocolate, whatever you do, don't consume it, for it's way too strong for mere mortals. It felt like a travel through the dimensions, or they make
Oh. This ain't good. Oh, jeez. Kind of trippy. Kind of trippy mind-bending drug sequence. Ah! Come on. That was unfair. Yep. No! Oh, switch. Alright. We'll get this. I can't see the platform. Also, is it playing Jingle Bells in the background? Some sort of constant, like, darker version of it? Okay, I suck. I can't get this platform right. I got time it right, but like, hard to even land. There we go. Yeah. Now we're right on. Over here. Nope. Not quite. My God. My God, man. The platform on this is ridiculous. There we go. How? How did I miss that?
Thank you, buddy.
What's up? Alright.
And frankly didn't care how you did it. But Frost has been freed, and he has agreed to melt my lake back to its original form. My ship couldn't be saved, but at least I can fish in peace now those villainous snowmen have been defeated. So well done. You completed your quest. You fulfilled your purpose. You finished the game. As far as I'm concerned, you can take your balloon thingy and get out of here. Oh, and before I forget, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now go.
Alright. Well, despite the platform being a little floaty for my taste, I do like the concept of this game. Very simple but effective. I'm gonna like it. And continue. PT second floor. What? Explore the rest of the haunted PT house. WIP, what is that? What does WIP mean again? Work in progress? I think that's what it means. So this is the second floor of the PT house, huh? There's a chandelier. More pills? And a cell phone? Some more weird looking paint.
When his 10-year-old son came to investigate the commotion, the father shot him too. His 6-year-old daughter had the good sense to hide in the bathroom,
robot toy.
But reports suggest he lured her out by telling her it was just a game. The girl was found shot once in the chest. Several days before the murders, neighbors say they heard the father repeating a sequence of numbers in a loud voice. They said it was like he was chanting some strange spell. There was another family shot to death in the same
street. You know what? Now that I did that, I'm gonna search up PT on here. See if anyone actually recreated the full PT game. Here we go, PT 1.04. Let's check this out. Because I remember playing PT when it first came out, and I still consider it one of the scariest, if not the scariest game I've ever played on my PlayStation 4. This is a really nice recreation.
When his 10-year-old son came to investigate the commotion, the father shot him too. His 6-year-old daughter had the good sense to hide in the bathroom, but reports suggest he lured her out by telling her it was just a game. The girl was found shot once in the chest from point-blank range. The mother, who he shot in the stomach, was pregnant at the time. Earlier. This brutal killing took place while the family was gathered at home on a Sunday afternoon. The day of the crime, the father went to the trunk of his car, retrieved the rifle, and shot his wife as she was cleaning up the kitchen after lunch. scene after neighbors called 911 found the father
Is that
in his
Lisa's
car
hand right there?
listening to the radio.
That's supposed to be Lisa's hand? Okay, I think in the original I'm supposed to go back here. Well, now I'm stuck. That's supposed to be it? Or was there more? Was there like more to it? Let me try it again.
The father purchased the rifle used in the crime at his local gun store 2 days earlier. This brutal killing took place while the family was gathered at home on a Sunday afternoon. The day of the crime, the father went to the trunk of his car, retrieved the rifle, and shot his wife as she was cleaning up the kitchen after lunch. When his 10-year-old son came to investigate the commotion, the father shot him too. His 6-year-old daughter had the good sense to hide in the bathroom, but reports suggest he lured her out by telling her it was just a game. The girl was found shot up to the chest from point-blank range. The mother, who was shot in the stomach, was pregnant at the time. Police arriving on scene after neighbors called 911 found the father in his car, listening to the radio. Several days before the murders, neighbors say they heard the father repeating a sequence of numbers in a loud voice.
There's Lisa. Oh, jeez. One of the paintings fell. Yeah, and that's where the hole's supposed to be, right?
The father purchased the rifle used in the crime at his local gun store 2 days earlier.
Hey, Lisa. Sorry to disturb you.
Retrieved the rifle and shot his wife as she was cleaning up the kitchen after lunch. When his 10-year-old son came to investigate the commotion,
oh, God. Oh, God. It's about as bad as the original fetus from PT. Holy crap, this is a pretty damn... This is a near perfect recreation of the original PT. Oh god. He's gonna attack me, right? Oh, that scared me. That actually still got me. Oh, hey Lisa. Yeah. release the game for free and find someone that matches his profile. There we go. Okay, so now it's like restart.
While the family was gathered at home on a Sunday afternoon. The day of the crime, the father went to the trunk of his car, retrieved the rifle, and shot his wife as she was cleaning up the kitchen.
Yeah, now I gotta find the pictures, right? There was one like up here somewhere, I think.
When his 10-year-old son came to investigate the commotion, the father shot him too. His 6-year-old daughter had the good sense to hide in the bathroom, but reports suggest he lured her out by telling her it was just a game. The girl was found shot once in the chest from point-blank range. The mother, who he shot in the stomach, was pregnant at the time. Police arriving on scene after neighbors called 911 found the father in his car listening to the radio. Several days before the murders, neighbors say they heard the father repeating a sequence of numbers in a loud voice. They said it was like he was chanting some strange spell. There was another family shot to death in the same state last month, and in December last year,
supposed to be one
a man used a rifle and meat cleaver to murder his entire family. In each case, the perpetrators were fathers. State police say this string of domestic homicides appears unrelated, though it could be part of a larger trend such as employment, child care, and other social issues facing the average family.
Well, I'm gonna call it quits right there, but that's a pretty damn good recreation of the original PT. Ooh, what's this? The Haunted Hospital. PT version 3. What about version 2 and 1? Yeah, let's give this a shot. The hospital. What you're about to witness cannot be unseen. Please proceed with caution. It would be plain in the eyes of patient James Worthy, middle-aged man who was taken to the hospital 3 weeks ago. James had a very bad crash and was left in a 3-week coma. James' coma was probably the most peaceful time he had in years due to his depressive life. The afterlife that James was experiencing was alright, but everything changed when he woke up. This is what James saw. Okay, so this has nothing to do with PT, it's just, you know, it's its very own horror game. Alright, I'm still gonna play it anyway, see what it's all about. Find your glasses. Those are my glasses? Well, that's the door effect from PT. And I can look from side to side like Outlast style. Jeez, was that a zombie apocalypse happening here or something? There's some Walking Dead shit I'm experiencing here? Or some 28 days later shit for the old heads. I can only walk, I can't run. Somebody left little glow sticks. That's the chandelier sound effect from PT. So like it has sound effects from PT even though it has nothing to do with the actual game. Alright, that thing is moving its hand, so... Oh, Lord, help me. I can't run, I can only walk. What the fuck are you? Okay, it looks like it's catching up with me, but I can't tell. Alright, it's not catching up with me. It's walking about as slow as I am. That's good. Watch me turn around. Watch it just be right in front of my face. You know, we can have a nice friendly conversation while I'm, you know, walking as slow as humanly possible to this door here. We don't have to kill each other. What's your story? How'd you get in here? You look like you got a stab wound in your chest. Did one of your enemies do that to you? Oh, you got a noose around your neck. Did you try to hang yourself in here? Or did you attempt to hang yourself and they just brought your body back here? You don't have a face.
Now,
none of you have faces.
I bet you got a lot of questions and concerns right now. And honestly, Mr. Worthy, I don't blame you. You see, the truth is, Mr. Worthy, you were in a very bad car crash that kind of bumped your head a little bit. Oh, and don't worry. That thing that was chasing you back there, we'll take her out of there. You see, your wife came to the rescue and took you to the hospital. But remember, James, you didn't have any insurance. So desperate for answers, she did some research to get you the money for your recovery. That's what she was, James. So desperate that she found us. The filth capital. So you see, James, thinking is as a partnership, which means you help us and we help you. And until your body recovers, you will be experiencing what we like to call a hyper-realistic simulation. A dream, perhaps. James, at the fifth capital, you are the first human to experience a recorded dream in human history. Basically, James, you are living your own dreams. Isn't that exciting? James, now come on, why the sad look, James? Think of this as an opportunity for the future. The fifth capital and you will make history. Still not convinced, James? Well, I'm sorry that you don't see the opportunity that's being put in front of you. So, James, it was nice talking to you. And remember, sweet dreams. James. All right, I'm done. Take it back. And remember, if you want to leave the simulation, press the option button and go back to the home menu and press like. Thanks.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright, I'm gonna look up more pre-existing games here. What about Dying Light? I wonder if there's anything based on that game. Nope, nothing. Resident Evil, maybe? We got Resident Evil Classic, Resident Evil Mercenaries. Silent Hill 2. Let's do this one. Resident Evil Classic. Oh, hell yeah. There's no PS1 opening. Nice. Yeah. Controls are a little weird. What am I going for here exactly? quite sure what I'm supposed to do. Let's do The Last of Us. I've always wanted to try out this one. It's a work in progress tower this person's making, based on The Last of Us. Open the dev menu.
Let's do this.
I have no idea what the controls are.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Alright, what else we got? Controls were really freaking wonky. I saw that they made a Dead Space 2 level in here, so I'm gonna search that up. No, it's not anything. That's weird. Thought somebody made one. What about this one? Let's try it out. This is a short visual presentation of an upcoming project and the capability of dreams. I like the visual style. I'll probably search up one more game. Let's do this one. Pac-Man World. I like the Pac-Man character model. Alright. Real quick, I'm gonna search up later. I'm gonna search up a couple more pre-existing games, see if anything comes up. Uncharted. Uncharted Pirate. Check this out. That walk though. Black bars cut off the dialogue. That's a problem. Alright, what else we got? Let's search up one last thing. God of War. God of War Hades. Let's do this one. How many places have gotten? 42. Oh, okay, so it's just like a visual thing. A little weird looking. The portions are pretty insane. Like, what the hell is that? Somebody made a shot of the Colossus in here? Nice. Alright, well I think that's going to be it for the stream. I played for quite a while and I'm starting to get a bit tired, so yeah, I'll definitely see you all next time. I'll definitely see you all next time for some more Dreams gameplay. See y'all soon.